Okay. Gamers first, Moonbase is second, Bongo is Bearty over on YouTube, and then Vongo's first. Okay. Dex, welcome in at third. How is everyone? How are we all? I've just signed an Australian petition for the government to stop payment processes from dictating access to legal content. Apparently there's a UK and a Canadian petition as well. And all of them have enough signatures to warrant a response from each of the governments. So, yeah. How good. Get on it. I mean, if you're in the UK or Canada or Australia, I can post the links so that people can go to it and see. And then you can sign them yourself. You know? Reality, they won't do anything about it. That's when people take it to the next level. Especially, like... I was just watching something about PayPal preventing, like, stopping payouts to people because they worked on a game that was against their terms of service. It's like, oh, okay. Fuck PayPal. But it is Vongo, hence the petitions. Hence the petitions. But anyway, we got this stuff to do. Exactly, Vongo, you say it. Yeah, PayPal processes payments. Stick to what you know. Sammy Gamer, thank you for the points. Much appreciated. Jesus Christ. Alright, 88 to 2001. That's what we're looking for. What are we at? We're at 40%. We're almost at 50%. Jeepers. Jeepers. Back to sleep with me. Thank you, Sammy. Have a good sleep. We'll see you in a few hours. That's good. Oh, also, the petition for the Australian thing isn't to directly stop them from, like, stop payment processes. It's to open an antitrust investigation and to penalize them. So, yeah, slightly different. That's all right. I have no idea. What's an isometric game from 98 2001 that's not warfare based? Pac-Man? Or would that count as side view?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, Adzurova. I'm stumped. Black and white. I've never heard of that. Alright, 98 to 2000. It looks like it's a puzzle or an RPG. Or both. Alright, it's a point and click puzzle. Oh, this is going to be a... This is going to be a Monkey Island, isn't it? No, it's not a Monkey Island, okay. A point and click puzzle adventure. It could be, what would, no, it wouldn't be a tycoon game because they aren't considered puzzle games. It would have a, it would be a simulator. It would be a simulator if it was a tycoon game. Diablo 2? Oh, it could be Diablo or Fallout, that's true. It's not Diablo. It's not Fallout. It is 98. It's 98 single-player isometric point-and-click puzzle adventure. Should have known it wasn't either of those because it's not a shooter. It's not a shooter and it's not an RPG. So, I don't know. Let's just go with something that's obviously wrong. Grim Fandango. Okay. Okay. Alright. Fine. 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 Have it your way. Let's see. I wanted to draw a rectangle line, didn't I? And I want it to be... monitor tile pause. No. Alright, I'm gonna have to, before we do this, I'm gonna go... It's a good game. It looks like a good game. Looks like a pretty good game. Fair. I'm gonna have to do some web dev at some point. Especially if I want to start up one of those groups. Monitor display area X plus tile size X by col plus static const float tile spacing. It's gonna be int 2. God damn it, why did I make it a capital? Why did I capitalize it? What the hell? Jesus, what's wrong with me? What up, Felix? How are you? Meow. Sorry, I had no idea why I said that. You're not the only one that'll say random stuff like that. It's okay. Far from it. Times row plus File spacing times row. I don't actually need these. These are some pointless... How are you doing, Felix? Oh my god, I'm getting sick of like the lack of time, if that makes sense. Because during the break that I just, like that 5-hour break I just had, I think I wrote down like another 7 ideas for games. All of them I'm never going to have time to actually fucking make. It's starting to get really, really annoying. I also had... There's plenty of time, just cut down on sleep. I'm already on like 6.5 to 7 hours sleep. If I cut out any more sleep, it gets to the unhealthy stage. I'm already on the minimum amount of sleep that can still be considered healthy sleep. You know, anything around the 7-hour mark is fine. Anything under 6.5, you're getting into the you need more sleep. Tile size X, tile size Y. Okay. So that's our rectangle. So let's get rid of that. We're rectangle. Then we get rid of you. We're gonna get rid of you. There you go, rec. Ah, because you want a vector 2. Which is just going to be rec X, rec Y. Cool. And then we can do a draw rectangle lines, which will take rec, a line thickness, which we can set as 2, and a color that we can set as white. Replace those 7 hours with 5 micro naps, each lasting 5 minutes. How does 25 minutes of micro napping add up to 7 hours of sleep? It's in the mindset. If you believe you're well rested, you are. Ah, I get it. I get it. Drugs, the answer is always drugs. Prescription, I hope. I'm going to assume you meant prescription, so that Twitch doesn't try to do anything and have a hissy fit, because I know companies are all about their terms of service at the moment. If drugs, then bad game dev. Prescription from my unlicensed pharmacist. Well, I mean, it's still prescription. So... And you did call them a pharmacist. That's A-okay by me. Nope. What broke? Huh? Oh. Oh. Because you want that. Yep. I'm with it. I'm hip. I got you. Oh, what fucking now? Are you telling me that this is supposed to be... No. Stupidity is that? What up, Intrex? How are you? Sudo LD config. I've got to have it include the local lib. Now we can run Crikey. Yeah. And do I count as one of you guys now? I've started making scripts and stuff. You're an admin. Yep. You're an admin or you're in statistics. But it's close. It's close. You're a nerd. You're a nerd. You're in IT. You're in IT, that's for sure. Sweet. I think I might add... Might subtract 2 from either. How do you learn to code? What steps do you take to start? And how do you not end up like Yandere Dev? Well, Yandere Dev is a starting point. Like, you learn to code by just starting to code. Don't worry about if the code looks good or anything like that. Just learn to code. Learn what if statements do. Learn what for loops and while loops do. And what switch statements do. Learn what they're used for. Learn how to put things together. And then you can focus on making your code clean and nice and stuff like that. And yes, as Gamer said, learn to read docs. Hello, Moster. How are you doing? Long time no see. If you can learn to read docs, then you will be able to program anything, pretty much. Provided the documentation is there, obviously. Unreal Engine's documentation, not all there. O3DE's documentation, not all there. Unity's documentation, not all there. So you can't really do anything if you don't have documentation. But yeah, I've been good, Moster. I'm working on my trailer stuff off stream and my Steam page stuff off stream. So we're doing JernJam at the moment. That was something that I was having difficulty with earlier. I was looking at the recordings that Godot made from the gameplay stuff that I was doing. Everything seemed sped up. Everything seemed like 2 times speed. So I think what I'm going to have to do... I'm going to have to play the game again full screen. And I'm just going to have to do like a monitor screen recorder using WF Record. And yeah, go from there. So I've got to re-record bits and pieces. I don't need to re-record those last 2 bits, like the ending bits and the camera walk or anything like that, because those are pretty stable. Those are good speeds. It's only the gameplay stuff. Most engines or IDEs have example code that can help you understand it, but try not to be too reliant on them, because when you want to make something that doesn't exist, it'll kind of cripple you as a dev or coder. So that's true. That's true. But for example, with Godot 4's documentation, if you want to know how to get a... if you want to know how to display the monitor as a texture, then what you can do is you can go Godot 4, get monitor image sort of thing. And then when my internet decides to actually work, you need to actually find the documentation first. Capture monitor display. Take screenshot of entire screen or other window. So in here, you can go through. They've got like this type of stuff, and you can see how there's like this viewport get texture, which will allow you to take a screenshot. So you can start there, and you can go, all right, let's go to the Godot docs. Godot 4 viewport get texture. Then you go into their documentation, and you go, all right, where's get texture sort of stuff. There's that. So click on that, and it takes you here. And it says, returns the viewport's texture. If you can start to learn to read this, that's why I'm saying, Felix, all you need to do right now as a beginner is understand what the code does. You don't need to worry about making the code look good. You don't need to worry about documentation or how to find things. You just need to go, what happens if I do an if statement with this condition? What happens if I do a while loop here? What happens if I do a for loop? What's the difference between a while loop and a for loop? When should I use an if statement? When should I use a switch statement? That's all you need to worry about right now. Learning that stuff and making very simple things that use those. Then you can start to put it together and go, okay, I can use an if statement to check something and then set up data or return out of a function or something. And then after that, I can have a for loop that loops over something, and that creates a bunch of stuff, or moves a bunch of stuff, or prints a bunch of stuff. And then you start to form a program from there. Yeah. But yeah, for now, it's just start with the basics. Start with, how do you program? Why do you use if statements? Why do you use for loops? All that sort of stuff. Insuna, g'day. Should be like Chris Sawyer and write a whole extremely successful 2.5D game in x86 assembly. God, no. Just confirming my signature for the petition. Signature confirmed. Damn right. I am winning, Hadouken. I'm just getting YouTube set up on my phone. Bam. Now I can pop that there and I can let that run. This out. This here. What does this thing do? What are you doing? Go away. God damn it. Chris Sawyer's the roller coaster tycoon guy? Yeah. I don't understand writing a game like that in x86 assembly. It's such a flex. Such a flex. I'm just plugging my phone in so it doesn't run out of battery. There we go. Beautiful. So what do I need to do here? I think I want to do rec x plus minus 2, rec y minus 2, rec width plus 4, rec y plus 4. There we go. Ever made music? Nope. I mean, I've tried. As Gamer has hinted at right there, I've made music on stream. It was never anywhere close to being good or a song. What's happening there? I'm just adding. I'm subtracting 2 and I'm adding 4. Oh, hang on. Shit. That's why. Right. I need to code begin with. I think it'd be a pretty neat skill pastime to have, less physically taxing than drawing with my weak ass wrists. Still mentally invigorating. No end goal, really. That's fair. And the thing about learning to just code in general is you can do fun stuff. Like what PewDiePie is doing recently, where he's just making weird stuff, like just stuff to solve things for him. He doesn't care if it has like mass appeal. He's like, this is an issue I have. I want to solve it. Done. I solved it. British and French people just seem to have an innate knack for making music. Almost every British YouTuber I'm subscribed to also makes music on the side. That's fair. That's fair. That's yep. I see what I was doing. I need to reset up the I need to reset up this texture. It's not drawing it at the X and Y. I want to draw it at the X. But I want it to be the X plus the tile size X over or multiplied by 0.5 minus the byte portrait width multiplied by 0.5. I wish I were musically inclined. Tone deaf? Yeah, same here. Same here. It's a skill I wish I had, but it eludes. It eludes, and that's okay. Now the rec Y, I want it to be the bottom, which would be rec Y plus rec height minus the byte portrait height. That should work. There we go. Images are centered. You got you being kinda centered. Death Adder fits, Sydney Funnel Web. The only thing is I don't know if I can make the text centered. I mean, I can. So what I can do is I can go to this thing's definition and we can go, oh, color tint, I'm gonna have you just be black. I'll have you as true, and we'll add, spacing can be 2, 0.0. I'm going to add a center text, which can be false by default. Down here, we can go center text. And then in here, center text. Up here, okay. If general applications are your thing, solve small problems. True. True. Need a die roller? Figure out how to randomly generate a number between 1 and the size. Yeah. Are your screen coordinates 0 topped left or bottom left? Top left. When you're dealing with games and anything with a computer monitor, it's always top left to bottom right, because that's the way that traditionally on like CRT monitors and stuff like that, the pixels would render top left to like top left through to bottom right. So they'd go across one row at a time. And however many times it did that a second was your refresh rate. Scan lines. That's right, Hadouken. Naturally, they're top left, but my brain does not work that way. So I always write a wrapper to flip it. Yuck. Yuck. Oh. Oh. I'm joking, Asuna. I'm joking. Joking. There's so much being said. Felix, here's something for you to do. Create a random number generator in any programming language, Python, JavaScript, C++, C#, whatever. Do that and have it print the text either to a console or like pick print the random number that's picked to the console, or if you're using Godot, have it display on screen, like whatever you want. That's the first thing you can do. Figure out how to do that for me. Let me know when you're done. Just make a camera system, then you don't need to think about it. Jeez. How easy it is to accidentally brick your PC by making jank code? It's not easy at all. It is not at all easy. Like, to brick your PC, you've got to do some, like, pretty horrendous stuff. Like, you have to, like, be looking to brick your PC. Yeah, but they're not going to be doing a bash script. They're going to be doing, like, Python or something. So, yeah. Yeah, you need to do some dumb things in the kernel side. Yeah. It's not something you'll do when you're trying to do, like, a random number generator. You wouldn't get anywhere near the kernel with that. As a sysadmin, I can tell you it's very easy to brick your PC if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, yes. Yes. You can crash a PC with a self-recursive function that loops infinitely, but it'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing that. I'm pretty sure even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to write a self-recursive function at this point. You're fine, Felix. You're fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're not going to brick anything. Chat is doing what chat does best, being a dick. Messing around with configs. See, everything that everyone is saying is stuff that you're not going to be doing, Felix. You're going to be coding something with, like, a programming language, not doing something in Bash, not editing system config files or anything like that. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Most IDEs are like a sandbox anyway. True. It's very, very true. Okay, so here's where it's drawing the text. You can go... the text offset Y and the text offset X. Avoid leading spaces. I see what it's doing. I see exactly what it's doing. Word character mapping, wrapping mechanism variables. So if we're word wrapping, we're in measure state, and then we're in draw state. So when we go to draw state, what we want to do so measure state, these are multiple types of spaces in Unicode. Maybe it's a good idea to add support for more. Nah, I don't need to worry about that. in the case of MMU, will stop you from fiddling with things you're not supposed to. Yeah, exactly. You got to actively want to brick your PC to actually do it. Yeah. Operating systems are pretty resilient. Yeah. They have things in place. Like, even if you accidentally tried to unload kernel modules and you're like on Linux, your Linux system is going to stop and go, you need to be sudo to do this. And if you're doing it as sudo, chances are it's going to stop and go, this is currently in use. I actively cannot unhook it because it's in use. If you're on Windows, even better. Windows isn't going to let you touch shit, even if you want to, and even if you have all of the permissions in the world. Microsoft is going to say, no, that's our PC. You're not allowed to do anything. On Windows, a Windows update is more likely to crash your system than you are. It's funny because it's true. In Windows, you need to be trusted installer, and your binary needs to be signed for it to run its elevation, even to do damage. Yep. Unless you're Riot Games, then you can just install a kernel driver that completely replaces the MMU with an anti-cheat hacked one. Oh, nice. Nice. The right kind of janky code to finally kill it. Nah. That requires the code that Felix is writing to be interacting with the graphical API in some way, which I don't think they're going to be doing. That was one time, and they'll never live it down. You know it. Never let them live it down. There are multiple types of spaces in Unicode, so we do handle that. None of these words are in the Bible, and they never will be. Faulty GPU is the norm nowadays. Nvidia's latest Linux driver was 100% vibe coded. It has about 80 confirmed regressions. Ah, I love it. I love it. So good. Ah, tasty. All right, so state equals the opposite state. So if we're in the draw state, the text offset needs to be rec width minus save character position when we switch states. Text offset X plus glyph width. Hang on. if we're not word rap. Code is so nice. If I asked an artist about their rendering process, they'd call me several slurs. Yeah, that's about right. When you use Hypno's language, make as many dumps as you need to. Love the music you play, and it has just enough chords to remind you of specific other pieces of music. But it's also so different that you could never claim it's plagiarism. So it is. It is this. It is Synthwave by Stream Tunes, which is DMCA safe. Yeah. So yeah, that's what it is. Reserve the name calling until you're too far into the coding journey to turn back. We'll start calling you names when we feel like you've gotten to the point that you're never gonna run away. You've invested so much time that you can't stop now. That's how we get you. I don't buy into the sunk cost fallacy. I'm free. You say that. You say that. Just wait until you've spent years in it. That's why I think it's kind of funny. The last track, for example, was inspired by the Tron theme from Daft Punk. But it's nowhere near close enough to be called anything other than inspired by. Yeah. It's funny, so when the song changes, you see this little pop-up up here, this little notification. Anytime I get a claim against one of my videos, I'm like, no, this song does not appear anywhere on my live stream. You can see a pop-up notification when the song changes of which song's playing. Fuck off. And always, 3 days later, I get an email. They're like, yeah, we've withdrawn that. It's like, yes, because your AI system is stupid. I guess to the point that we do something so dumb that we have to share it with the other coders and devs so they can tell us how dumb we are. Yep. That is exactly what happens in the dev community. And that's how you know you've made it as a dev. Because, people just telling other people, yep, that is something stupid. But often after they say, yes, you're dumb for doing that, they will go, but I've also done that, so it's fine. None of us know what we're doing. The DMCA trolling has unfortunately gone insane. It has. I'm thinking of setting up a cron job or an automated task on my PC, which checks YouTube APIs to see if I can identify any new claims against my videos, and then just counter and be like, no, this song's not there, go away, this is a false claim. Alright, so we loop over all of the text. So I code point bytes count. Normally we exit the decoding sequence as soon as a bad byte is found and return OX3F, but we need to draw all of the bad bytes using the question mark symbol, moving one byte. Interesting. Interesting. Gonna retreat back to lurking cave like frightened animal. No worries. Thank you for the lurk, Felix. Much appreciated. So if I is the character count, whoops. If I is character count, then what we need to do is when we draw, I need to take into account the total width. God damn it. There's got to be a way that I can shoehorn centering text into here somewhere. When you break your code because you're trying to clean it up to follow common practice, and you spend hours only to find you renamed a variable in all places but one. Yep. Yep. We've all made so many dumbs. How can we get this to work? Text offset X. If word wrap and I equals end line. Then I want this to be changed so that it is rec X plus rec width minus that puts it at the end. That puts it center of the rectangle. And then I need to subtract however many characters there are. But rec X, rec width, 0.5 minus... What's start line? Start line's an int. Index where to begin drawing. Start line. No. I. I multiplied by font base size. I feel that's gonna break things. That's gonna break everything, I think. Can I convert colorable? Of course, because I've got it. Yep. Raw text box. Get rid of that. Actually. This is the questions. So I don't want it. I don't want it to be wrapped. That'll work. Then up here, this is our question. We don't want that to be wrapped. Center text, false, false. False, false. False, false. Don't get me started on reusing a SQL query for a select and delete to save time, but you forget to change a star to a specific name. And you nuke half the data. This is why you do stuff as a dry run first. Okay? I should really change it so that it's... I was sleep deprived, it's not my fault. No, it's your fault. Why is it not showing me what the error is? God damn it. What's the error? $4.10. Can I convert color to bool? Okay. Right in here. How is there already an entry? Someone's already submitted a game. So that's by Grumpy. What they do, the first thing they do for any jam is they set up a pipeline for deploying updates of their game to itch. Yep. They set up a build pipeline and a deployment pipeline and stuff like that, so they don't have to worry about it. It's a real entry. I just noticed that both of my CO2 sensors in my home had failed. One of them apparently tried to connect to the wrong Wi-Fi, and the other one had to reflash the firmware. Well, that's not good. Alright. I need to BRB. When I get back in like 60 seconds, we will play Gamedle. Okay? So, give me a couple minutes. Or a minute. I'm back. Alright. Neat part about my CO2 sensor is that I wrote half of the firmware myself. Oh, nice. Let's see.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Alright, let's get this sorted. Third person, single player, multiplayer. It's not Elden Ring. It's not a God of War, but it is a historical fantasy. It's a PC-only game as well. It's not going to be The Last of Us. It's not a Tomb Raider. It's not God of War. It's not... What is it? It's not Uncharted. A historical fantasy. I hate it when a game is a historical fantasy. If it's a fantasy, it can't be historical. Because if it's historical, it's not fantasy. It's just what happened. It's not an Assassin's Creed, but it's not a platformer. It's a shooter adventure. It's a shooter adventure. Third person shooter adventure, single player, multiplayer. I got no idea. I don't know. It's going to go like an Uncharted. Oh, there you go. It's an Uncharted. Oh my god, which fucking Uncharted is it? There we go. It's The Lost Legacy. Alright. New game. So see how it doesn't... Yeah, so it still isn't centering. Where is it? Init gameplay. Draw gameplay screen. Draw monitor. Draw clock. Draw info. In here we do a draw info. Then we have a draw tile layout. So, this does not do anything. So if we're in the draw state, code point is new line. Nah, that won't work. Otherwise, if center text offset becomes the rec width, OBS has a keyboard shortcut for center object to screen. But for some reason, they apply the Y coordinate offset from its parent object to the object, not the X offset though. Ah, Y equal 0.5 minus so it draws a rectangle and it draws the code point. Yeah, so I think what I need I'm gonna have to keep track of this of the draw offset. So I have to go and int. Sorry. Standard vector int width line. No. Line center. If state is measure state, then it runs through this. Save character position when we switch states, which is last K. So it does K-1 here, because up here, Okay, so line center, push back last K. Line number. If word wrap and I is end line, I want to do line number increase. Okay, if center text. G'day, Lance. How are you doing? What I want to do is I want to set the text offset to be the rec width half. Half the rec width minus line center at line number. Line center size, line number is less than that. Gameplay loop still being stubborn? No, not the gameplay loop. I'm just trying to add something that centers the text. But I'm trying to work it into something that someone else made. They see how it's not centering. Oh, wait, that makes no sense. Save character position when we switch states. Draw tile layout. Word wrap is true. Center is true. So this doesn't do anything. Get rid of all this. Um, I really hope I don't have to rewrite this whole thing to make it support. Line width. Actually, what was I doing in here? This is what I need to do. Multiply that by font base size. I still don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, no, still didn't work. All right. All right. Where do I need to put this? So we get the next code point from byte. While we're measuring, we're going through and we're getting the start point and next code point byte count. And then if it's draw state, we set this to 0. I is start line. And where is start line? Start line. Word wrap and iron line. We run through this. Yeah, eyes just... Eyes end line. End line -1. Width is 0. Select start as last K minus K. I cannot see where I need to make this center. Text offset Y, font base size, scale factor. I don't need to worry about that. Select start, select length. Text offset X. That's not what we need. I need to set the text offset. We have a text offset and a glyph width, but we don't care about those right now. Center text. The standard vector int. I need to track where each of the lines need to end based on the measure text state. So when it's in the measure state, maybe it should be K, not temp K. Line number. Here we're going to stay at 0. I think we need to go line center, push back K. This will be line center at line number. So if we're at the end line, so that's why it wasn't working. What I need, if word wrap is end line, line number plus plus. But up here, when we change into the draw state, I need to go line number is 0. Now last K, holds the last bit of character position. Index where to stop drawing, where a line ends. End line. Where does end line actually? K is 0. Length is the text length. So it's definitely not K. It's definitely not K. It's definitely not last K. Has to be end line minus start line. The reason why is because it feels right. It probably isn't. But, you know. Alright, there we go. And so we know that that's not working either. Yeah. Measure state loops through. Index where to stop drawing. That's just the line index of where to stop drawing. So this here, now when it drops into the line center, why can I not see where I need to add the center for this to fucking work? Alright. So we got the code, we got I and K, while I is less than length. So I is the index of the current character. That's perfectly fine. If I is the end line is minus equal to code point byte count. If start line plus the code point byte count is end line is I minus code point byte count. Okay. And the code point byte count. Okay, that's the byte size of the code point. That's fair. And then the code point is the character. State is not state. If I plus 1 is length, end line is I, state is the opposite. Code point is not equal to end, state is not equal to that. If the text offset x plus glyph width is greater than rec width, what I should do? Text offset. That one right there. The problem is it never goes into this. Word wrap is true, so it should be going into there, which means measure state would only break out. When it breaks out, it would go into here. State isn't changing anywhere else. You know what? All right. Let's include zero, zero. Because the line number is defined. Duh. Duh. Jeez. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I think that might do something. It doesn't help that line number was never changing, and they were redefining every time. Not quiet, but it has started to do something. Okay, so it's going to be this minus, no, rec width multiply 0.5 minus this multiply. All right. Where else does text offset get set? Text offset is always set to 0 at this point. Is there something I'm missing? So okay, there we have text offset X having, okay. That's outside of the for loop, isn't it? No, it's not. It's inside the for loop. You... I don't want to set it to that every time. I only want it to set it to that the first time through for each line. It's got a little bit of a bump in there. Mosquito's kind of scented. I mean, it kind of worked for mosquito. This is why I hate using other people's code for stuff, because when I need to add something to it, I'm like, I don't understand what they've done. This is the one here that we want to pay attention to. Code point byte count is set to 1. Hey Yag, thank you for the extra reward points thingamajig. Channel, you know, community goal thing. My brain. You alright? I'm having a time at the moment. I'm trying to figure out where to insert this this center text logic. But I'm trying to work it into someone else's code. Like some like RayLib code. And I just can't figure out where to put it. But I think it's this more than anything. Pretty sure it's this that needs to be not text offset, but last K. I think last K by, I suppose I could just do base size. Something like that. That's one thing I don't like about lower level languages is text shaping. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that. Not quite. Not quite. Alright. Let's see what happens. I hope this works. No! Damn it! What if we do... No, it's not going to be K. It's definitely not going to be K. Let's see. Should we get it eventually? Perhaps, possibly. I don't know if I will. I'm sure if I keep using different variables, it'll eventually happen. This here. Okay. 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 See this? See this? See that there? That's okay. Okay. So this is half the width. What up, Fold? What is last K? It's the last position on the line, I think. They haven't really it holds the last value of the character position. But then we subtract, like we set it to K minus 1. I don't know. So that's half width. And we want to subtract half of the line that we're drawing. I just want to see what happens if I do this. It's not going to be correct, but yeah. It's the K position. It's the K that is at position J. That's what it feels like. That is what it feels like. Okay, so that's just pushed it all the way across. So I have a feeling What up, Chungus? Yeah, see what happens. I've donated to the 24-hour killers. Yes, you have. My brain is fried. So we have end line. I don't think it's end line, though. Because we just want to make it half. Oh, that broke. Why did that break? Width minus length time font size over 2. I shouldn't need the font size over 2 if I'm just taking half the width and half the length and length by font size. The issue is I need to find the actual length. I need to figure out which value is the actual length of the line. But my concern is that this function that does the line counting, so that there is exactly half. If I get rid of this, So I got half the width. I'm keeping track of I don't know which one is the actual index for the current line. I don't think there is one. Unless we go end line minus start line. See how there's no... Why is there nothing being stored now? I know why. Yeah. Oh, almost. Almost. The top line is correct. But then you get to like Great White Shark, not correct. Great is centered, but White Shark is also. I think, and it's also inset a bit from the right. You see how Mosquito's not quite center. Let's see what happens with this. Close. Close. Very close. Very, very close. White-tailed spider, spot on. Mosquito, spot on. Gimpy Gimpy, spot on. Reef stonefish, almost. It's like a bit too far over on the X for some reason. Tiger snake, almost. Death adder, almost. But these ones here that have 2 words on the second line, not quite. Not quite. What if we just do end line minus K? So start line. End line becomes -1. It's going to be something like this. But I think this is going to shift it too far. Yeah. Yeah, I figured that would happen. I was hoping end line minus start line would work. But I think... Oh, it's something to do with end line and start line. I don't know. I need a break from it. I've been staring at it for too long. I think my eyes are broken now. Thanks for the follow. Oh. It's always good to have new Gedunts joining us. Oh, damn, that was close. First person, 96 shooter. Id Tech, okay. So it's going to be Wolfenstein. Nope, damn it. Maxsoft Games, GT Interactive, Pulse Interactive, PXL Computers, Rcomp Interactive. What? Maybe not. That's Quake 1, is it? Nice. Thank you, Yag, for saving us. Thank you for the save. Alright, 2019 third person. Unreal Engine, third person is one of them. 2019. Is it Zero? Is it Neon White? No, it's not Neon White. But it does have either first person or text. First person, third person shooter. 2K Gearbox. There we go. I'm crushed. Well, I'm not crushing it. Yag crushed it, and then I got an easy one. I got a softball. Couldn't type it that fast? Damn right. Damn right. Third person. 2012, 2011. It's not a shooter. Dark Souls 3. It's 2016 third person RPG. It's not a shooter. So what would it be?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Was Pathfinder third person? Let's find out. It was not, but it is a single player game. It's also a superhero game. So this is going to be Spider-Man. Nope, it's not Spider-Man. It's Batman. Not Arkham, though. Telltale series. Love it. Nice. Double, yeah, indeed. I forgot Telltale did Batman. Me too. Alright, so. Telltale did a lot of licenses, correct. So, And it shuttered the studio. I forgot there were then 5 games that exist. Alright, so what we need to do, we need to figure out so text offset X plus glyph width is the rectangle. If it's greater than the rectangle width. End line, if end line is less than 1, then we assign I, otherwise end line. If I is equal to end line, then end line minus equal the code point byte count. If start line plus that is equal to end line is I minus the code point byte count. It's not going to be just end line. What happens if I put start line? So if the offset is 0, we set it to 0 down here if we hit the end of the line. I feel like getting rid of that. Actually, I'm going to get rid of these. Alright, let's see if that changes anything. I don't think it will, but yeah, no, didn't think so. Okay. Get rid of that. That's my error. Now let's see if this is fixed. I don't think it is. I think this is just another way of writing it. The way we had it before. Yeah. I wonder. This end line, that's fine. Start line, end line, last K. I'm gonna see what end line is. All right. All right, so this here is the first. Let's see. 7 minus 1, 7 minus 1. Okay, so I'm thinking it's to do with this. So this one here will be white-tailed spider. So 5 minus 1. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's including the last space as well. Okay. Last K is not going to work here. Because obviously we're trying to subtract -1. Start line. Greater than 0. Start line, otherwise 0. That'll fix up some of them. I'm silly. All right. There's something's missing. It's always the second line. So the issue is that it just keeps counting up and it doesn't correct the count for the current word. Oops. End line is I. Okay. So this, there's an issue in here. If I is the same as end line, start line and that is equal to end line. So how can I make, like, this here should be setting it I think that's the reason why all of them are being set to the same. I feel like just rewriting this entire thing. I feel like rewriting it so that instead of looking at all of the glyph width stuff, because I'm using a mono font, just saying we get the rectangle width, we get the count or the size of the text, and then we get the text that fits within the width up to the first space. So we split it on spaces, and actually, one thing I'm just noticing. One thing I'm noticing. All right, give me 2 seconds, Lance. So we do that. And we get rid of this. And we get rid of this. I don't think that's gonna work, but let's see what happens. I can play a random? Alright. Now see what happens with this. Oh, that worked. Snap. Oh, snap. I don't know why that's doing that, though. It should only be if we're centering text, but it is working. What up, Wolfric? Is just me not paying attention back then, or is there a new startup in animations? There's nothing changed. Nothing's changed with the startup. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. That's interesting. Hmm. I go here. You take that. I take there. You take there, it's check. If I go there, you take there. I take there, you take there. I've got nothing. I go there. You go there. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. I wouldn't say I'm used to Blitz. Oh no, shit, now you can take that. Oh, thank God they didn't see it. They could have taken my bishop. But they silly. Go there. You go there, I go there. You take there, I take there. Prevents everything, sort of thing, like. Yeah. Alright. Mm-hmm. Do that next. I can take that. And then you need to take with that. I'm a fan of chess. Eh. I wouldn't say I'm like a fan. Now you have to go there, and then I can take this and check you again. Alright. All right. Interesting. I was about to say, hello, Ned. Hello, Mard. There is a chest redeem, Mard. There is a chest redeem. I was going to take the rook at that point. They blundered a couple times. Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't really a challenge there. That is a blunder. That should have been my move, because then that. Yeah. But instead, I did that. Yeah. That's a valid miss. That is a valid miss. Mm-hmm. Now, yeah, I take that. Honestly, it probably was a better move to do that. Let's check. And I'm up a piece. Yeah. That would have been much better. It was not quite an even position. Because, yeah, here I would have taken that. And then if you... Are you going there? I'd take. You'd take. But then it's two rooks versus... Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I think I'd want to go there. Actually, no. I'd go there. That way, if you take that, I can take that. Yeah. That's your best defense there. Yeah. That could have been an interesting match. That could have been an interesting end. Yeah. Could have been. Could have been. If only. What was the issue with this one? Okay, yeah, that doesn't... I need to find where I need to look at that draw info. Alright, I'm gonna first find... Where is it? Where is draw info? Yeah, here it is. That's setup call. Draw info. I do not want you centering text. What up, man? Pretty sure I saw you 8 hours ago. You did. You did. I stream twice a day for 5 hours each time. Now I just need to take into account this little bit here that's not being taken into account. So it's draw photos, draw info, draw answer, draw questions, draw dialogue. That's right. It's all the way up here that I need to be. It's in here. This is what we need to figure out. So see what happens now. Nope, that still did that. It's far from what we want. Why is it not taking into account like why does it have that little space there? It should be the width minus half a view. Yep, that'll be why. Okay. So let's do this. Focus on chat. Actually, are you always streaming? As someone who is self-diagnosed, since there's a lack of a better word, OCD, I hate it when people resign when I'm completely winning. I don't get to finish the game and get my satisfaction of beating them. That's fair. That's fair. That's, I wouldn't say, yeah, avoid self-diagnosed OCD and stuff like that. But, yeah, you know. It is annoying, though. It is annoying. But at the same time, if you're in a completely winning position, them resign is then acknowledging, yes, there's no way I can win it. I'm just going to... I'll resign now and then we'll move on. The reverse. All right, let's focus on code for 10 minutes. So what I was doing down here Actually, we go back up here. Do that. So we'll subtract that, we'll multiply that by base size, and then we'll get half of it. And then we'll have the half of rec width, so the center, and we'll shift it left halfway. And so I was just playing and losing. And someone was like, "What's your plan here, champ?" Plan is to win. It's still... I want it to be fast K greater than 0. Fast K, otherwise 0. Alright, let's see what happens. I was like, what the fuck? Sometimes people stalemate. I have something to go do. Yeah, at the lower levels, you always play. Like, you always play through at the lower levels. Because you don't... that person's gonna blunder. That is not what I want either. Tiago, my floating head is indeed crazy. That's called being insane. Where is that extra space coming from? See. Alright. Is the chest redeemed for playing someone random, or can we challenge you? You can redeem it to challenge me, yes. You can indeed redeem it to challenge me. It is currently in timeout, though. Are you missing some hot reload shenanigans there? I have not built any hot reloading stuff for this. Not quite. Gamed with categorizations are infuriating sometimes. That they are. That they are. It would greatly improve your workflow. You should think about it. Yes, but I'm still learning RayLib and C++. So I'm not gonna try and set up hot reloading for something that I don't fully understand, because I'm not gonna be able to build it. Or even set it up, because I don't know if there's something already made to do it. So yeah. I mean, my NeoVim's C++ debugging doesn't even work. Like, if I try to run this thing, it doesn't work. Whoops. And the reason why see, look at that. What's it done? It's done. It's like, it's not displaying anything for something, right? Oh, that's right. It's not loading the images. That's right. Then it hits this. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know what. It hit something. But yeah. Continue. No, crash. There you go. Yeah. Well, I'm never going to do this. That's fair. I can't do that because it's always going to subtract something even on the first line. So this doesn't work because... Why? It kind of does it for the white-tailed spider. It doesn't do it for mosquito. Like, mosquito's too far over. Where is that extra space coming from? I do not know where that extra space is coming from. That reminds me, did you choose Auto Make over Ninja? Or have you just not heard of Ninja before? I've heard of Ninja, but I don't like using things like Ninja when I can just use Make. I don't want to use something that's just over-engineered, that's overkill for what I'm doing. Like, the only time I use Ninja is when I'm compiling Aseprite, and that's because Aseprite's process uses Ninja. Ninja's just a build tool. Like, Make versus Ninja. Using scones? Yeah, there's scones as well. So, but yeah. Like, Ninja passes faster and has built-in features that reduce the amount to pass. But given how large this stuff is that I'm doing, that performance increase, you're never going to see it. That performance increase doesn't exist. Scones is very easy. Have one script that works most of the time. Yeah, fair. Start line equals end line. These days, almost every project has their own build system. Yeah. CMake sucked ass more than 20 years now. I'm just using Make. And honestly, I'm just using Make because that's what RayLib came with. What do we need to do? Back in the day, you ran configure and make. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. All the other build tools are, to me, it's like Terraform. And so you've got Terraform, and then you've also got Azure's SDK and the AWS SDK and the Google Cloud Platform SDK. But the difference is Terraform combines all those three so that you only need to write it once and you can deploy it to Azure or AWS or whatnot. Whereas all the make systems is just a different version of the original SDK. Where is the extra goddamn space coming from? It's not going to be I minus K. I's start line. Is the font base size, the font height? Is the font monospace? The font base size is, like, it's a monospace. The base size is basically saying, is it a font size of 4, 8, 12? It's the size in pixels. The font I'm using is monospace, so the height and width will be correct. The multiply by 0.5 is just so that we can store it here. And then down here, we just halve the rect width so that we get the center of the rectangle. And then we subtract half of what the line is. The issue is that there's something here. There's like extra stuff being included in either the end line or the start line count that's not being accounted for. What I mean, you want to font width, not font height. No. The base size is the font size. Like, this is going to be, like, yeah, it's just going to be the base size itself. Like, that's all it's going to be. Yeah. Because the base size is your regular character. So, like, the S, the A, all that kind of stuff. Because, yeah, there's no font width. Alright, let's see. Let's see if what you're saying works. Let's get rid of this. Let's go. What would it be? Because I don't want to include the last space. That's equal to length. It's a new line. I could just do line center plus equal the glyph width. And then line center multiply equal 0.5. But the problem we have is if it's greater than the width and it's a space, if any of these is true, what I could do is go if code point if code point is space, then line center minus. I'm going to put that into a separate function. Code point is space. Code point is space. Code point is a character. No, it's an int. Yeah, which... I'll just do it as an int. Whatever. Oh my god, hello Swash. How are you doing?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! This should actually be bull. What were you up to today, Swash? I'm just struggling with some text centering in RayLib. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This thing here. Take that and go. Code point is space. Code point. Return this. That one. There we go. There we are. Why is that not? Why is it complaining? What's its issue? And it's not going well. Ah, in here. That's why. Code point. Alright. Make clean. Angling for one of the newly produced Commodore 64s for my birthday. Ooh, nice. Are you going to get it? Nah. Line center. Okay. Multiply equal that. Minus equal glyph width. So that's where it gets the glyph width. That's what's not happening. I'm not taking into account spacing. Oh my god. Why can I not type tonight? Why can I not type tonight? I'm not able to type tonight. I don't know why. It's just not typing properly. What I'm gonna do... base size. Line characters. End line. Start line. Do that. And we'll go line characters minus line characters multiplied by spacing. That's what's happening. Need to take into account the spacing of each character. Unordered map. There is no unordered map that I've added there. So something else has happened there. There's a different thing that's broken with that. Line characters multiplied by spacing. Loved. Get rid of Crim's Paw. All right. Taking into account the spacing also doesn't work. Why is this being so fucking difficult? But now I'm just gonna duplicate this with width minus spacing. No. Line center is that. And line center multiply equal 0.5. Why? I'm not even sure what's happening there. End line minus. Let's see. So we've got this again. Multiplied by 0.5. Because I also need to multiply it by font base size. It's so close. It's just got this stupid extra bit at the front. Do temp end line minus. Int will be start line greater than 0. We're going to minus multiplied by spacing multiplied by half. Why is line center there? That seems to have added. Why did that add? Why did that increase the space? White-tailed spider's not quite correct. Mosquito's not quite correct. Brown snake's not quite correct. White shark's not quite correct. Tiger snake isn't quite correct. Black house ant looks pretty correct. Gimpy Gimpy looks correct. Sydney funnel web is kind of correct. It needs to be bumped that way a little bit more. Not quite. Still not quite. I think I know what I can do. Let's see if this works. I guess there's a reason why a common hiring task for web developers was centering a div. Centering a div is easier than this. Almost. You know Route 53? I've tinkered with Route 53. That's AWS's DNS stuff, isn't it? It's so close. It's so close. It's just like the Gimpy isn't lining up. And the white-tailed spider isn't lining up. It's just little things like that. Centering a div is impossible. How would you tier a Route 53 script that makes you a domain name you prompted if it's available? Can you not say? What do you mean? How would you tier a Route 53 script that makes you a domain name? I remember AWS has something to do with tiers. Beginner, immediate, and so on. Oh, right. Like, what difficulty is it? How would you tier a Route 53 script that makes you a domain name you prompted? That should be, I'd say that'd be intermediate. I'd say it'd be intermediate because you need to have a knowledge of scripting. You need to have a knowledge of Route 53 and such before you do so. Hello, Fira. How are you doing? Welcome in. The last line, tailed from white-tailed spider. Also doesn't seem centered, but spider is. Yeah. So White and Sydney and Gimp. Like, the first line's not centered. The second line is not centered. The third line is centered. But then you look at Sydney Funnel Web, that's centered. You look at the second Gimpy, that's centered. You look at House Ant, that's centered. Howdy. Howdy, hey, cobbler. Medium sauce? It just doesn't want to enter. Alright. There's the medium sauce for you. I saw you also got gifted a random sub on a random channel a couple days ago. There's no new line. There's no new line character in Suna. So it goes down into here. And what this does that's minusing 1. Oh. Who the fuck is this streamer? Why I got a sub? Because, yeah, it goes through, it loops through the measure state, it calculates everything. This line center here, do I still need that? I do not still need you. Once it's calculated the top line, it then drops into this else part. And it prints out that first line. And then it goes out and it resets stuff. This avoids leading spaces. Which means What up, Grumpy? How are you? Oh, hi. What were you up to today, Grumpy? Work on the jam game? Mostly through allowing the character to chop wood from the tree. Nice. Mostly allowing the player to chop wood from a tree. What can you do with the wood in this game? Or is it an incremental game where you just like gather wood? Ah, Coblin Fira, you got gifted subs to Luke. Ah, I see. Wood allows building other things, leading to cooking. Nice. Nice. Also, hi. Since the Man v Nature theme, a standard primitive crafting game was appropriate. Yeah, that's fair. Not quite. God damn it. Mosquito doesn't quite work. Brown snake doesn't quite work. White shark doesn't quite work. Tiger snake doesn't quite work. Reef stone doesn't quite work. And that fish is also out. Black house ant is pretty lined up. Sydney funnel web's pretty lined up. Death adder doesn't work. Gimpy's pretty lined up. White-tailed spider. That tail is still out. Maybe white as well. What up, Tricky? How are you? That's fine. Go to bed whenever you need. What if? I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do something that might seem a bit weird. Not quite. Was exhausted? That's fair. Minus. Spacing. If code point is this here. Length. Currently, I'm just kind of moving values around and seeing what changes and hoping to find the right combination to deal with that goddamn extra spacing, because it's doing my head in. I'll fix that some other time. You know what? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking screw it. I think... No. I couldn't even say it. I couldn't even say it. I was gonna say that I don't even care. But no, I do care. I care too much. It's doing my head in. Why is it not there? What's not there? There's a space there that shouldn't be there. This is off center as well. And this is off center. This is off center. These aren't centered. Why? I've been trying to figure it out for like 2 hours now, Tricky. It's not falling into place. There's just something that's not falling into place. I don't know what it is. So we loop over each code point. So end line is set to I if the code point is a space, a new line, or a tab. Hydrate. Alright. When in doubt, make everything a different color. Maybe even replace the font with something that just renders rectangles for glyph text. Nah. It's definitely because of the spaces. It's definitely because of spaces. It's just... I don't see where to handle it. So, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing what the issue is. Because even if I take into account because even if I use glyph width, even if glyph width is taken into account, Alright. I'm going to try this again. Line center multiplied by base size multiplied by 0.5. I don't want to multiply it by base size. I just want to do this. That's definitely not right. Interesting. It has pi, so that's nice. I know, right? That's one good thing about it. I don't even know why that doesn't work. Not really. Not really what I'm after. Let me check something here. What up, Rage? How are you? Sorry, Mr. Agent. What's going on, Mr. Agent? I'm good. I'm good. The line center is set to 0. Line center. Cooking some code as always. I'm trying to figure out where to, like, how to calculate this line centering. Let me try making line center a float. I mean, we can give it a crack. We're gonna make clean first. That reminds me of the good old days of HTML. There's always a B by chart sometimes. Looks correct, but it's always 1 pixel away. Yeah, it's basically that. Basically that. But it's a little bit more than 1 pixel away, that's all. End line minus start line. Let's see. Consider giving it up if you just pre-render all images with text baked instead. Nah. I need to figure this out. I need to figure it out so that we can improve our coding ability. Base size. Let's see. What up, bad cop? Pressed like on the stream. Damn right. It's always a tiny bit off. And why is it not word wrapping now? Why is it not word wrapping? Why is it not wrapping? Why is the text not wrapping? Word wrap is true. Why would the text wrap? Because my brain is hallucinating and wants it to do the thing. You know? I... We're telling it to center. I know why. That's why. One of my seniors saw your stream on my screen. Okay. What was their reaction? Why is it not wrapping the fucking text now? We haven't touched that. We haven't touched the text wrapping and now it's not wrapping. What the hell? Maybe change this back. Okay. Let's see. Why did people use Internet Explorer for? There was no better option at the time. It wasn't the fact that it was a float for Line Center. For downloading Firefox? If only. I too am confused. I too am confused, Insuna. Don't worry. You're not alone. I don't know why it's broken. I don't know why word wrap now does not work. Hmm. Ah, I see what's done it. Get diff time? No. Okay. Now we're back to the point of just things not centering. We have that little bit of an extra space there. These don't line up. This one's a little bit out of whack, but it's more the opposite direction to this one. Maybe now we can try with the float again. Let's see. No. No. Still didn't. I do not see how this works. I do not see it. I do need to BRB for like 45 seconds, so just give me a second. Hopefully when I come back, I'll have like a brain fart that'll, you know, smell of this answer. Okay. It is like an off by one error, isn't it? Hmm. doing that does absolutely nothing. And I know why it does nothing. It does nothing. And you always pop up from below like one of those boxes with a handle. Correct. Correct. I do always pop up like a jack-in-a-box. Yep. Yep. That's me.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! I'm getting sick of looking at the same math over and over again. It's the same math. I don't know what the issue is. You forgot the name? You forgot the name of Jack in the Box? And there's a fast food chain named after them that we don't have here in Australia, which is a good thing. Fast food restaurants aren't really making it big in Australia. Okay. So, yes. So we have a loop here. We have a loop here. The length is the total length of the text. You got scale factor and you got the offsets and stuff like that. You've got a measure state. So if it's word wrap, then it goes into the measure state, which is this bit here. So it loops over each character. And then once it's looped over each character, it, like as it loops over each character, it determines the start and end index. And then once it's finished with that, down here it goes, if it's word wrap and I is equivalent to end line, then it resets stuff. And it goes, you know, start line is end line is -1, K is last K, blah, 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 blah. It also goes into this, so in here, it will change the state to draw state. And then once it's changed to draw state, it goes through and it draws that last start to... Yeah. Looks like draw state is checked for within the scope of measure state. No. So yeah, this just changes it and goes, all right, so last K is K -1. And this here allows it to essentially skip over the ending space. I'm going to try. I was wondering if there are any variables which are accumulating values between each loop cycle that shouldn't be. It wouldn't even matter if that was the case, because even the text that is a single line, that is still indented incorrectly. So, like, the stuff that doesn't wrap at all is still incorrect. But there's... like, we reset all of this. We reset the state. This gets added on. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. saw a glyph width accumulating somewhere, and it looked weird to me. Couldn't see the rest. It's all fine. Like, it's purely an issue with how we're calculating this. There's something we're not taking into account when we calculate this. It's a pixel font. It's that one, PR Start K. It's this one. If it'll ever load. It's this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Like it's all mono font, so it should all be the same. It should be an 8x8 sort of thing. Where do you calc start line? Start line starts off as -1. And then once it's finished going through a line, start line gets set to end line. So start line is only set to something after we've printed a line. And then we go, all right, start line index is what the previous end line index was. And then I get set to start line here. The reason why I get set to start line here is because it measures the text for the line to be printed. And then it goes, all right, set I to start line. And then when it loops back through, it's now going into the else. And it keeps going through until I is the same as end line, which is what it's already calculated. That'd be a -1 on the first line. No, that's where I've got this. So I make sure that it's never -1. If start line's greater than 0, then we set it to start line, otherwise we set it to 0. So if it's -1, we just set it to 0, and then we don't actually subtract anything from end line. So if I get rid of this, start line, don't worry. See, and now this is off center for the first line. Start line is defaulted to -1. Okay. I get set to start line because we want to reset I. And then we loop through and we start going through all this bits and pieces. So what we can do is, if you want, we can go start line greater than equal to 0, start line otherwise 0. Do that. All right. Just to go through your suggestion. Now we're losing the first character. And the reason why, so I get set to start line, and then this loop finishes, and I increments back up to 0. So then when we're printing, it's starting from the 0 index and it's going up to the end line index. Any particular reason why you're using a ternary instead of stand max, stand min? That's not wrong, of course. Just curious. Because I'm not worried about how tidy the code is right now. I'm concerned with getting the code right first, and then going back through and cleaning it up. I don't see the point in having code that's pretty if it's not working. Maybe set to 0 there, but the increment immediately after the loop finishes will make the new one start with I equals 1. If I set it to 0, yeah. Yeah. I have an idea. It's because that's there, so I'm just curious. No. That did nothing. Nope. Try printing spaces as solid color, hey? Where would that be? I think that would be in here. So that only draws the rectangle. So we have draw text code points. Why? Huh? Because this one just draws a rectangle. This draws the actual text. This... I'm confused. I'm looking at this line. Exactly. Like, it doesn't draw spaces. But why is it not drawing spaces? I'm trying to figure out why it's not drawing spaces in the first place. Because that doesn't change anything. Let's see what happens. So there is a hash at the end. There's a hash at the end, there's a hash at the end. So this second line has a space. So that's the issue with that line. I think white is centered. Sydney is centered. Death Adder is not centered. Well, that's the thing in Sooner. The only reason the hash is there now is because we've added this section. That hash normally isn't printed. And you see how Gimpy Gimpy is perfectly aligned. Black House Ant looks aligned. Mosquito is still out of place. So you see Mosquito's still out of place, and that has no spaces. So I don't think it's the space. Because this reef stone is also out of sync. So even taking into account that space at the end doesn't do anything. Like Mosquito's still out of whack, which has no spaces. Okay. Death Adder's still out of space, which doesn't have a space at the end or at the start. Just got the one in the middle. Texture ID unloaded texture data from VRAM GPU. Yeah. I can try adding space to Mosquito in your data. You can do that. How are you doing, Mr. DeBoy? What do you mean, how is texture ID unloaded texture data from VRAM GPU? Nothing. It's still off. It still isn't correctly aligned. Is the length width quantized by the monospace code point width? Or can you move at smaller increments? I could. Hanging in there one day at a time, that's fair. Mostly struggling with sleep? Well, that's not good. I mean, that's better than struggling with this. Just a slight misalignment of stuff that you can't find. I hate this. I hate it so much. Yeah, it's no problem with the glyph height or width thing. The only reason I'm taking into account spacing here is because it's taken into account here for glyph width, and that's just to like keep the characters like spaced out a bit for ease of reading. We've tried having stuff as floats, but it doesn't help anything because line length is just used to multiply these things together, and line center, if we go up here and make it float. This is something that we tried before, but I'll demonstrate it just so that you can see what happens. Because it's also not out by half a pixel. Like, it's not half a pixel out. It's a good 10 pixels out. 8 to 10, maybe. Maybe a bit more than 8 to 10. But yeah. Yeah, produce the float. I'm gonna try something. Now it's too far. Because that only fixed Tiger Snake and Reef Stone. Can't you just adjust the font size by like 0.75 of the max width of in a widget? Cool. I'm glad you said to ignore it because I was still trying to understand it. gotta run. No worries, Pixel. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the help. Good night, you good done. I think I'm gonna have to just leave it not being center and just be like, people, including myself, can just be annoyed by it. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something here. Alright? Just for shits and gigs. Okay? Now, what's it complaining about? Yep. GC, how many lines? 4 down? There we go. To print C string and text vec font to print C string. Font size, spacing, I still need to do font size, spacing, tint. I don't care about handling selected at this point. What is this complaining about? Narrow from double to float. That's because I need to put an F at the end of those so they get identified as floats. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm hoping this works. That it does that for a different issue. Okay, that's a different issue that I'm yet to fix. Damn it. Damn it. I don't think it's Rec X. I don't think Rec X is what I want there. Welcome back, Lance. What? All right. I mean, Death Adder's centered. Great White Shark is basically centered. Tiger Snake's centered. Mosquito, that's basically centered. It's just a little bit off up here. There's something... No. Alright. Alright. I think I'm just going to have to go back to what I had and just accept that it's not perfectly centered. I think that's all I need to do. Just hope that it, like, just go with it and be like, nah, it's not perfectly centered. Whatever. We tried. So folded. I've covered this a few times. So I haven't learned all of NeoVim. Alright? I haven't learned all of RayLib, and I'm still getting used to C++. So I'm getting used to one thing at a time. At this point, it's just RayLib and C++. Especially since it's in a game jam and I've got a time constraint. I don't want to get distracted with Vim bindings and debug customizations and all that kind of stuff. Because it's just time that I don't have to fiddle around with. What was it? It was up here. What was it, line length or something? I think it was something like that. I think it was line length. Okay. Line length will be end line minus in here. If center text, you would be rec width multiplied by 0.5 minus that. Let's see. Yeah, the double equals. That's my tired brain not doing it. So it's all over there now. So now we need to just we do that. Gonna change this to line. Yeah, we'll leave that as line length. End line. Start line. Temp length by that. Then temp length multiplied by spacing and 0.5. You there. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. I cannot be bothered trying to deal with this any further. Oh. Looks good to me. I know, right? More floats, it always helps. That's the problem, though, in Sooner. I can't make it float down here. Okay, so the next thing I need to do, I need to know what tile's been selected. Static. I think I don't have an enum for animal. I do not have an enum for animal. Or biter. But I don't need it. I do not need it. Selected bite. You're not going to be an int, you're going to be a byte pointer. Right now it seems like the white-tailed spider has its tail offset by exactly one glyph width to the left. It looks like there was an integer division instead of a float division. It's not to do, like, in Sooner, we already tried converting the values to floats and it didn't do anything. What is the best way for me to unset a pointer? Clear pointer. I just want to... I don't think I want to delete a pointer. Because I don't want to delete the object that I assigned to the pointer. I just want to unset the pointer. What's the best way to do that in C++? So if I'm pointing to something that's selected, because down here we determine that, you know, the mouse in area and is mouse button released, we do like byte equals a reference, or byte equals byte, basically, or a pointer to it. That's what I'm wondering. Do I just do null pointer? Then down here, we do if byte is a null pointer, which I don't think I can use that. And that still has an issue. Because, no. Use of undeclared identifier byte. Did you mean bytes? No. Oh, selected byte. The selected byte. I'm silly. This is what happens when you code while tired. So if it's a null pointer, we draw our layouts, or we draw our tile layout. Else draw layout for selected bytes. And that's just going to be laying out the information for the byte that's being picked. That's all that's going to be doing. So down here, the last thing we'll do tonight, we'll go if mouse pos is get mouse position, snooze you, go away. I have 5 minutes to get this done. Mouse pos x greater than rec x, and mouse pos y less than rec x plus rec width. Oh, whoops. That should be X, not... rect Y. And Y is less than rect Y. Rect height. If hovered and is mouse button released, mouse left, then what we do is we go selected byte equals byte. That's going to have an issue because we want to do not that. I'm doing that. What's it complaining about then? Something to do with my assignment there. I always forget which way to assign the pointer. Oh, that's right. It's up in the reset. This. Excellent. Excellent. We're now selecting the byte. Tomorrow we can draw the layout for the byte. And I'm not... Whatever you do, chat, whatever you do, tomorrow, don't let me fall into the void, which is trying to get that text to center. Because I promise I will. I will fall into the void of trying to center that text. And I will do my head in. It will break me. It is already this close to breaking me. Must not center text. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so where are we going? How long do you have left to go? Just do define text is centered true. Okay, so you're finished. You're not... Okay, who are we going to? Who are we raiding into? Need to pick fast. Need to pick fast. Need to pick fast. Need to pick fast. We raided Tim the other day. We could go... We raided them the other day too. We've already raided so many people recently. Should be very possible because it is fairly easy to get the length of the string in RayLib. The problem is it's not printing the line as a string. It's printing it character by character. Don't ask me why. Let's get this raid started. Let's go to... No, we're gonna go here again because we were here the other day and they were very good. They're very good. G'day, you get done. Damn it, there's the ads. Alright, there's the raid call. I'm going to snooze those ads again. Raid call in there. If you don't have the emotes, just say g'day, yeah. G'dunts. Do this weak source quickly. So the thing that's being printed is Where is it? RayLib. Draw text in rec. That one there. That example there. Cheers for the weak sauce. So I'm trying to make this center the text. I can't. But I'll see you in 9 hours when I'm streaming again. Good night, you good dunce.